Oh no, there's Mr. Moustache. Sure. Huh. There he is. Okay. Okay. Ah, continuing from where I was yesterday. Well, that bat's done. That bat can go elsewhere. That bat is not a Pokemon. Okay, so everybody's clean. No ink on anybody. I also finished up these little wings last night because they needed to be stuffed and sewn before I could wash them out. So I did. I stuffed and sewed them together. Oh, this is adding to Dragonair's time. Ugh, my hair up on my way. These go here. Ouch. Okay, one side down. Well, ooh, I might need to readjust some of those as I go back up. I think one more pin and then everything should line back up. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that all works out. No more lumps there. They all line up. Okay, so that's my belly for Dratini, or Dragonair. I made Dratini. And then I'm going to do all the hand sewing, stick them together, and then I'm going to get started on a shiny Eevee. I'm going to be using Trolling Knight's pattern again, but I don't really like what she was doing with the ear being embroidered. I've done embroidered centers of the ears before. I'm not a huge fan of them. So I think I'm going to overcomplicate everything and do that in fabric. Oh, I gotta move all my stuff around. I had to take some pieces up to the tech who is working on Bernard. So I had to take everything out, unbury everything. Where'd my thread go? You've got regular sewing thread. Where's my white? Oh, I was hand sewing with it last night. Okay, I'm gonna go grab my white thread. Okay, got my thread. And I have pokey stick, medium speed. Okay. Pull those pins out. Whoop! Pin. Don't go running away from me. Okay, let's just make sure they didn't miss any of the edges. That looks good. Mara. Good. Mm. Current mood, Dratini. Yeah. Dratini's having a time of it right now. Okay, so that's the body. I need to attach the face. This is going to be by machine as well, so that it is as little hand sewing as possible. The other bottom edge. And then the back of the head lines up here. Okay, this is the part where I'm going to stab myself a lot. Got a little close to the edge there. I'm going to fix that edge. That's better. Okay, so that was the last machine sewing for this little dude. Now I just need to flip her and stuff her, then add the little bits. So she's doing good. I'm going to start with her just because her timer's already going, but I'm going to get all of these 3 stuffed and sewn up. There we go. There she is. Now stuffing, which I need to get my giant ass bag of stuffing. A driver cover for a golf club. I have no idea. That is not something I've ever done before. I assume the pattern shape is easy enough, but I've never actually done that before. I would have to look and see if there is like patterns for, because I don't know if I could create one myself. Yeah, it seems like it should be simple. I just can't guarantee without having like done a test one first. I lost some fluff to the floor. That is floor fluff now. Yeah, that's why I would want to see if like patterns already exist. Um like because I'm assuming any pattern would have like standard sizes to it. So I could adjust from there if necessary rather than like making it all from scratch. Okay, there's the tail. I'm going slow and only lightly packing this in because I don't want lumps in there, just because that tail is so far from where I'm actually stuffing. It's gonna be hard to like fix lumps if I get them. Okay. Whew. Yes, I am working on Pokemon today. I've got the RetroCon in 2 weeks. So I'm doing retro things, retro video game things this week. And then next week, I don't know what I'm doing. Probably getting back to commissions and custom type stuff that people want, like you include. Um, because I don't want to be working right up to the convention deadline. But we'll see. I'm gonna kind of play it by ear. Whew. Okay, no lumps. Whew. Yep. So yesterday I made Dratini and Gengar and most of Dragonair. Today I'm going to finish them up, stuff them so that they're actually done, and then I'm going to be working on a shiny Eevee. God damn it, camera. Camera is my nemesis. I don't know if it's specifically this camera or something about where I've got it situated, but this camera is my nemesis. And I was thinking, if I was thinking, I would have left a little gap somewhere around here and stuffed through there as well. But that is also more hand sewing, and I prefer to do everything on the machine if I can, because then you get the nice smooth lines and seams. My hand sewing is not as smooth as my machine is. Almost done. I will need more stuffing than what I pulled out. I can go get the floor stuffing. Mm. Ah, my floor stuffing. Okay, so there's the body. Now the face. I can do larger chunks at a time of stuffing right now because this is up right where my hands are. So if I have lumps, I can break them up and move the stuffing around a lot easier than when I was down in the tip of the tail. Okay, there we go. Body is stuffed and covered in the little fuzums from the stuffing. Microplastics. Okay, there's that. Now the tail bit, this little snowman looking dude is supposed to go over the tail and get hand stitched in place and then stuffed. Like that. I am fascinated by this. Huh. Okay, I might need a little bit more stuffing in the underside there to make it fully round. But hey, that first snowman puff is looking good. The blueberry. Fascinating. Well, that's interesting. Cool. Think I need a little bit more stuffing in that large ball or less in this one. Okay. The tail looks good. Ah, okay. And that's the ball that goes right underneath the chin. And I've got the little head horn and then hand sewing time. Okay. Then I need my needles. I was sewing with that one last night and didn't like the way it felt. Ah, stuffing bag. Being attacked by my stuffing. Ah, white thread. Okay, I'm gonna start with the horn because I have to go around and kind of hold that stuffing in. Everything else, the stuffing's gonna stay in place. Okay, so I just did a little running stitch right around the edge, and I should be able to pinch it closed. Yes, very cool. Couple thread loops to keep it from falling apart. Okay. Whew, that looks good. That's about where Dratini has their dot. Okay. No, there's no music. Ow. Well, I mean, there's music for me, but I'm not putting it on stream because it's full of words. And also, my music tastes are weird, so I don't want to force anybody else to have to listen to that. Well, right now I'm listening to like sea shanties about driving in cars, car shanties. Yesterday I listened to one song on repeat for about 6 hours straight. Look up the longest Johns. They are really funny. They've got like real big dad energy on their sea shanties. Yeah, longest Johns are great. They have like an entire album about sea shanties, but like driving in their car, like trying to find a parking spot. not listening to the GPS. It's great. And yesterday, my song of choice was The Last Stand by Sabaton on repeat. There's the little head horn. Okay. Woo! Ah! Red. Okay, there is the head spike. And then the tail turned out really cool. I like what Trolley Knight did. I would not have done that myself, and I approve of it. I like this. This is cool. I think the Longest Johns were one of those bands that like everybody was playing and memeing on when we were all in lockdown. That's when I learned about them. Ooh, where should I start? Right there. Okay. Yeah, they're not very vulgar. I love the concept of Lonely Island, but their songs are just not for me, really. But yeah, just kind of like those funny. Yeah, what Lonely Island was doing. It's fun music. I just decided that basically this week I'm going to need a little bit more energy to like actually focus on shit and get things done. So doing my little lo-fi playlist is just not going to cut it, I don't think. It's too calming. Now, are they the official Pokemon music? Because I was contemplating doing that, but I don't know what kind of copyright shit the like live streaming gets. I know it doesn't end up in the VODs, but like do they also like just have the bots that go through the actual sounds listening for things? Okay, because I my only knowledge of like what happens with licensed music and shit is that uh oh, I don't even know if it was YouTube or Twitch now. There was some dude who had worked really hard to make a I'm gonna say music video, that's not the word I'm looking for. Like a musical of Greek mythology and was releasing it and doing like a watch party, and he got copyright struck for his own stuff live. So like his stream went down and he brought it back up like twice more because like you can't keep him down. He was just like determined to bring it back up, and it was like his own stuff that he got struck on, and that was live. So it's like, oh no, they do actually like live shit. Yes, I am very small, so but if it's a bot, like if it's an actual human being checking shit, I am way too small for that. But if it's just a bot that's listening, like I'm assuming in the VODs when it mutes things, it's because it like recognizes the songs. So if that bot is also doing it live, I'm assuming it would check anything, anything and everything they can. So I just don't know how that all works. I want to Google that. Okay, I'm gonna close this up. I'll look into the like remixes or something for potentially tomorrow. Uh but not right now. I want to focus on getting these dudes done because I'm already an extra hour of time on this dude. He's now, I think, the same amount of time that I've spent on Gengar. So Gengar still will have more time once I do the um once I do all the hand sewing and stuffing for Gengar. But they're gonna be expensive dudes. Oh, that's true, yeah. I wonder how that works. Like, because if you're streaming a Pokemon game, it doesn't kill the sound in the VOD. I don't understand technology. It is a mystery. Maybe it looks for the category that you're in. Like streaming a game, don't identify music from said game. Yeah. There we go. Throat is closed. I'm going to go all the way back across the throat just to make sure that it's like super secure. And then I'm going to go the middle and so on that last orb. The orbly. And then I've got the wings to the sides of the head. So I probably have another 20-25 minutes of work on this. Unless I can get those wings on extra fast. Whew. Okay, there we go. Back to the center. Which way do you brush? You brush down that way. I'll put that right there. I need some pins to hold it in place. Ah, stop pin. Okay. This is the part where I have to fight and squish the plushie out of the way so I can actually stitch around the bottom. Come on, I'm gonna definitely stab myself. Pause for 2 seconds. Why are you being weird? That's true, but I think Miss Moose sounds better than Mrs. Moose. It's just one extra syllable. Okay, start you back up. Okay, I'm going to take that one pin out so I don't stab myself there again. Okay, stand on your head for me, please. And then that last pin comes out. Okay. Hopefully no more stabbings. We're good. So the way I put those pins in is that they point out the exact opposite side of the ball, so it gets dangerous. Oop, don't cut your tail. Thank you. Oop. Okay, there's the little ball. Very nice. Now the ears. What angle do I want to put these on? Maybe like that. Let me see what Trolley Knight does. Where did she put her? Oh, I closed that one. Okay. Trolley Knight. Oh, well. Trolley8.com. He's turn. Right at the eye and going up. Won't get dinged for it live? Okay. That's good to know. I do have my music separated from the VOD. Judo showed me how to do that. Well, Judo did that for me. No, no licking the Dragonites. The linguini must remain unlicked. I think that looks good for where the wing would be. The little ear wing. Woo. I think that works for where the wings would be. She's so cute. Okay, last two bits on her. That's the wrong needle. Where'd my needle go? Or do I want to tip them back a little bit? Hang on, gotta put this on my neck. If it goes back a little bit more, it's not going to smack you in the face, but it's kind of fun getting smacked in the face. That's chin is like right here on her. So if I pull it back a bit, it'll go underneath your chin as you turn your face. If I leave it up, she will definitely smack you in the face constantly. Kind of like that. Yeah, I'm going to tip them back. I think that's going to work a little bit better. Maybe a little bit. Split the difference, maybe? She is adorable. She's allowed to smack. I'm going to do that. I tipped them back a little bit. Okay. Okay. Email? What? Oh, I got something interesting. Okay, let me give her her smacking ears. Oops. Okay, there we go. That looks good positioning wise. You do that? No, don't do that. What are you doing? We don't need to twist around things. Uncool. Don't do that to me. Actually, I'm gonna poke that through, give it a little bit more of a tail. Ouch. Ah, squish. Hold still. This is a terrible shape for trying to hold in place. It's like a spring. Ah, part of the reason I usually do my hand sewing off stream is because I can sit on the couch and basically use like curl up and use my legs, my knees to hold things in place so that she's not like dancing around on the table here. Stop. Put your tail out of the way. You are not being helpful. Good? There we go. I might do I might do another line there. This ear is a little bit flappier than this one is. So it's supposed to be. Blah, blah, blah. I'm going to put that a little bit further on. One more line across it. So we're going to fight you again. I want her ear to be held back. I'm just doing the barest like part to sew it on so that it will be a little bit flappy, but that was a little bit flappier than I want her wing to be. That looks right. She was holding it like that last time, so now it's better. She's holding it back. Smack things with your tail. Good job. I can tie my knot here now. Okay, there we go. She is done. Let me just bury my thread. Stop fighting me. Ta-da! She's done. So I thought it was going to be about 7 minutes longer than it actually took me. But that's not bad. So let me go. I don't need this. Oh, you're going to give me. Michaels is giving me $5 off of something. I will accept that. I do like it. Dragonair time spent. Add. How many minutes did I say that is? 82 minutes. An extra 82 minutes there. So almost 3 hours on her. Oh no, slightly over 3 hours. And about $20 of material into her right now. Let's weigh her and figure out how much stuffins she actually fail. I don't know where my scale went. Let me go get the other one. What can I put you in? Lid. Because she's not going to sit on there very nicely at all. So I want a thing of. 8 ounces, 7.9 ounces. So 8 ounces of weight on her. Add in weight. 8 ounces. No silky fill, no beans. Coordinate pattern. Okay, so there she is. She is finished. I have all of her accounting done. If I sell her online, she has to be $115. Oof. Oof, she's expensive. And then she goes around your neck, and then she sits there and smacks you in the face with her wings. There she is. There. Ooh, can I lean you up towards camera at all? Is that gonna work? Maybe? Close enough. Okay. So that was her. She's done. Now let's do Dratini, who should be easier because I just have to stuff the body and then stitch up the mouth, the chin, and potentially tack these little fins back unless I really want it to be flappy and attacking. So there's a whole lot. Wow, that's too much fluff. That's fine. That's going to be for everybody. That'll be Gengar's fluff as well. Okay. Amos says, need my pizza cutters. And I'm just going slow and attempting to not get lumps. I was thinking last night after I stopped streaming that on Dragonair, the top half of the mouth here, this snoot, is all one piece, but it's one color. And Dratini is all one color, one piece, or two pieces. So, like, why? Why was that two separate things? I could have done Dratini's face as, like, one as well. It was interesting. I wonder if it's in the instructions somewhere that, like, I did it differently than what you're supposed to, and it makes more sense to have two pieces that way. Okay. No lumps there. We're good. A little less than that. Ooh. Yep. Okay, that should be now I can reach, so I can kind of fudge around the stuffing so lumps are a little less concerning now. I can fix them. Okay, that feels good. Yeah, stuff the face now. Oh, I got a little gap right there that might need some more stuffing. Okay, you feel good? Needs a little bit more stuffing right in the neck. Okay. Let me get rid of that stuffing. Woo! There. Now she's kind of looking up more. The problem with the camera directly over top, I can't show you things from the angle I'm looking at. That's not going to be enough bread. I tried putting the camera so it would be like my angle looking in at my table instead of straight down at it, and I smacked my head on the camera like 5 times in 5 minutes. So quickly changed that. That didn't even make it past the setting up to stream phase. Yeah, oh, it's smack. Thank you. If I did move the camera down to show it at the angle, I'd have to have that smack thing. Because I'm not aware of where my head is at any point in time, apparently. Okay, Dratini is stitched up. And just secure my thread. Okay, and whew, does Dratini need his ears sewn back? Or do I leave them as weapons? How smacky does he want to be? If I stitch them back, they'll still be floppy. They'll just be floppy backwards instead of forward. Wow, giant ass fly. What the hell? Dude, how'd you get in here? Okay, I am under attack by bug. demonstration for a clip. Like, what, just how flappy the ears are? Flappy ears? Or you can just put your tail in the way, that's cool. Or this ear, like, I think I actually like this ear better. Let me stitch the ears down and then I can hold them both up and be like, oh, look, a clip. I think I do want to stitch them down because I don't want the ear to be doing this constantly. I like this. That's a good flop. But this is going to be a visible stitch, so I actually don't want to do the knot like that. I need to do a small little knot that I can hide. Ah! Oh my goodness, stop fighting me. Okay. So I'm just doing a little tack stitch right now. I'm not going to sew the entire ear down. It's still going to be very floppy. It's just going to be floppy backwards. So just essentially a tiny little loop through the ear and a tiny little loop through the back of the head multiple times. This is the same way that I attach the bat ears to the head, where it's just a little tiny tack stitch looped around a couple of times. And so the ear is still completely floppy and everything, just backwards rather than forward, or like up and down rather than backwards. I like that. Okay, squish you. Yes, stretch test. They do squish as well. Okay, whoops. Tail. Ah. There's a very high likelihood that if you get a plushie from me, it has been manhandled and scolded. Okay, there we go. Let me bury that thread. 23 minutes, 24 minutes to finish Dratini there. There we go. Dratini is done. She's got some curl to her there. And she's got her little flappy ears. It's cute. These sweeties. And she is squishy. I did give him a little bit of a firm stuffing job. Just because they have to keep their form around your neck. If they're too floppy, they're gonna just kind of sag off. So she's not super squishy like some of my other plushies, but she is squishable. And she's a sweeties. Absolute sweeties. Okay, I gotta weigh her. 24 minutes on her. And where did my scale go? Add in my 24. 130. Oh, she took me 1 hour and no, 2 hours. No, 1 hour and 59 minutes. Yes, that's wrong. What are you doing? Where's my? There's no math on. Oh, okay. I have to fix my sheet. Apparently, I didn't pull my formulas down far enough in all the cells. I'm really good at technology. Okay, you sit there. There. Okay, how much do you weigh, Dratini? Tiny baby? 7.2 ounces. So she is 7 ounces. 8, 7 ounces weight. Okay. 0 polyfill, 0 beans. Okay. Take away my scale again. Oop. Super shiny lid. There's so much fluff in my room. There, they're gonna snuggles. Okay, Gengar time. Whoop. First up is going to be stuffing those arms. Okay, Gengar's got little arms. I think I actually want to use some of my mochi stuffing for his ears because I don't want that to slide out, and the mochi is a little bit better for keeping in place. Where did my mochi minky go? Oh, up by the couch. Okay. And Gengar gets stuffed through his butt. Not safe for Twitch. Butt stuff on stream. Gengar getting stuffed through the butt is a clip. Fantastic. The arms. Oh, okay. The part that's less embarrassing for Gengar. Showing off all his kinks on stream. Gosh, terrible. Okay. There's his ears. I might do the little legs as well with the mochi. If you want to. Poor Gengar getting stuffed through the ass. I'm doing butt stuff on stream. Pretty sure I'm supposed to be in the hot tubs category for all of this. I need a little sensor bar react. There's an artist I follow on Twitch that streams in the evenings for me, and he has a modesty fish whenever he's drawing that you can just like, I don't remember how many points it is, but you can just slap a fish on the stream to cover up whatever he's working on. I need me one of those. Why do you have a string sticking out of you? Do you need that string? You think you need that? You do not. Yeah. Poor Mr. Moustache. He's not old enough to see any of this. He's looking much more like god damn it. He's looking much more like Gengar now, which you can't see because my camera died yet again. Ah, why did you turn off? Hmm? What are you doing? Oh, cool. I swear I do have internet. You can connect to it. According to my camera, I don't have Wi Fi. Camera. Yeah, thank you, camera. Camera's not old enough to see any of this either. There we go. He's back. I might try changing out which camera points at which place because originally I was having trouble with the camera that's now on Bernard or Thomas today. But that one was giving me trouble up above my desk. So I moved it over to my machine. And I put the new camera up here. I may try swapping them again and see if it's just the camera in this location has problems or if it's like just both of them do. Maybe it's just something about right that location has issues with my internets. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Now that I've got the stuffing holding everything in place, I am going to put a little bit of the mochi in both of the legs. Just to really keep that shape there. Where'd my mochi go? There it is. Okay, a little bit of mochi in his little tail there. And then I can stuff the actual butt, not just through the butt, stuff the butt. Okay, there he is. Him's got stuffed. Ta-da! He can sit with those two. There we go. Let me stuff your legs. That's going to get mochi as well because those are such small little toes. Yes, 3 plushies in 2 days. I was hoping to get them all done yesterday, but that's okay. Once I get Gengar's little feeties on, I'm gonna start on Eevee. And that's my goal today, to make Eevee. So hopefully it'll be 4 plushies in 2 days. There we go, his little footy bits. Okay. There we go. I need to set him up like this because that will figure out where I need to stitch the legs. Big pin go. Oh no. I only have 3 of my giant pins. Oh no. Uh, okay, there we go. So that's where his little feety bits are going to go. Now they just need to be stitched in place. Because pins sticking out, so it's going to be super extra dangerous. Lovely. Stand on your head. I'm going to use darker thread for this. Probably not white as the best choice. Ouch. Please don't stab me, sir. Okay, I think that's held in place. I can remove those 3 pins. If I was making this pattern myself, I probably would have done the feet differently. But one of the ways that I think Trolling Knight is able to make so many free patterns and such for us to use is that she uses the same pattern bits multiple times. Like this specific leg pattern with the little leggy bit is on a lot of her plushies. I think even the Eevee I'm going to be making has like the same little leg bit. So they all have very, very similar shapes. So it's not like she's making a completely new pattern for all of her freebies. She's doing variations on the same bits, which makes it a lot easier to sew as well because you know exactly what you're getting into. And then her super unique patterns, like the actual different body types, you can buy from her. But basically, a lot of her free ones have these specific little leggy bits on them. And I am using her free patterns because all the Pokemon ones are free. She doesn't sell the Pokemons. And I don't really feel like re-patterning this leg right now. Not when my goal right now is speed, not uniqueness. Yeah, so Trolling Knight is really great for if you're trying to learn plushies as well, because she has all the bits there, and you can make a plushie. But because everything is very similar and like almost interchangeable, you can pattern bash. Just take things from one pattern, add them to a different one, and like make your own shapes based on like, well, yes, this might be a cat face, but it's perfect for some other doll you want to make. So you can just take part of it, like take the face off of the cat and put it on something else. And they all like pretty much work together. So that's one of the ways that I taught myself how to make patterns was by finding free patterns and like squishing them together, making small changes, things like that. And Trolling Knight's patterns are really great for that. Hmm. Okay, have fun with whatever work you're doing or whatever pick. I will hopefully have quite a bit of Eevee done in the next few hours. We're going to see how that goes. Ouch. Is that? No, that's my pink one. Okay. I can probably remove that pink guy now, so hopefully less stabbings. Okay, now I can take both of those pins out, so no more stabbings allowed. There we go. Okay, both of his legs are on. Let me tie that knot. And then just need to sew up his butt. Might actually put a little bit more stuffing in that tail. So let me stitch up that halfway, and then I'm going to stuff a little bit more in there. Whoops, who's calling? Hang on. Eve. Back to sewing and stuffing. Almost done. Ah, stab. What the heck? Well, that's not good. My thread just broke. Why would you do this? I wasn't done with you. You're not tied yet. Hey, let's try that again, shall we? Good lord. There we go. Okay, he is done. There we go. We have a Gengar who is covered in little fuzzums. But that's because my table is totally covered in little fuzzums. I'll have to get him cleaned up afterwards after I clean the table, but little bits of the stuffing. There we go. We have a Gengar with digital arms. He looks definitely darker on the camera to me than he's a very lovely purple. Yeah, that's a good purple right there. That's what he looks like. I can get him under the light better. Hello. Oh, camera. You don't need to censor this part. His butt's done. Camera. Oh, you were just real dead. Come on, dude. Oh, camera. Camera is dedicated to not showing off. The whole system is shutting down? Why? Starting over? Okay. Try again then, shall we? I see that you have Wi-Fi. Yes. You good now? Yeah? You're gonna be good for real? Okay. Gengar. Now that we can actually see him. He's a little bit firmer stuffed than some other plushies, so he is squishy, but not as squishy as he could be. I like his little spiky bits. Some spikies. Okay, so let me add him to Gengar Plus 30 minutes. Just under 4 hours of work. Let's see how much he weighs. And he can just sit there. He doesn't need a weird thing. 6.5 ounces, 6.4 ounces. 6 ounces. Got a little bit of polyfill in him, no beans. One hoop for embroidery. Okay. So he took less time than. No, he took slightly more time than Dragonair. And slightly less fabric. And the difference in price between Dragonair and Gengar is about $1. They worked out fairly equal. So there's those three. Next up is going to be the Eevee. Reset my timer. Eevee, which I have the free pattern from Holy Night. Everything upside down, of course. Yeah, so that's the inner leg for the Eevee. That is the exact same inner leg as Gengar has. And there's the outside part of the leg, same exact shape that Gengar has, just different body. So the face has the embroidery on it. I'm going to do that. The foot is just sewn on. The arms are sewn on by hand, which I will probably end up doing. I was contemplating like tucking them into the body, like in between the head and the body, underneath the ruff, the collar ruff. But I think I'm going to just end up hand sewing them on. And then we've got the tail, the back of the head, the belly that goes between each side of the body, and then inner leg attaches to that. Then the ear, I didn't want to do the embroidery that she has in the ear, so I think I'm going to complicate the ear and do my own ear pattern. But everything else is good, and I'll just keep what she's got. I'm not going to make any other changes. Okay, let me get those cut out. Yeah. Let me get these guys cut out. And then I will have to probably edit the embroidery file. Well, actually, I only need the one, so I might actually just use her file as she has it. I edited the Dragon Iron Dratini files because I want to put two faces in one hoop instead of doing the two separate bits. And I wanted it to be color blocked. So I would do all the blacks together instead of doing one eyeball, then moving on to the second eyeball. Which if I just took two of the files and put them in my hoop, it would have done them like steps 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, instead of 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, which is what I wanted it to do. So that made sense for me to edit. I might just do the face as is. Okay, there's the tail. Or the foot. Where's my paper scissors? I'm going to cut out the foot on the outside line. But I think I'm actually going to stitch on the outside line rather than stitch on the dotted stitching line. So that I can make the foot a half-inch larger. Because I looked at the pictures of the Eevee that she made, and I didn't like how small the foot looked. So I think I'm going to make it slightly larger, and if it turns out I don't like it, I can always stitch in closer to it afterwards. There's the little facey bits. I'm going to do the same with the arm where I cut around the outside and then sew the outside line. For the ruff, I'm going to cut along the dotted lines for it though, because I'm going to sew directly on those lines. we go. There's my inner leg. Okay. I probably should just cut that by hand. I don't think this is going to be good for my rotary blade. That's going to be a lot of... Ooh, let's try that. Got some of the bits. I'll cut the rest of that with the scissors. Free this one as well. Didn't quite get into the corner because I didn't want to cut through the pattern. Oops. Almost threw out the arm. There we go. Oops. Ripped that a little bit. Okay, so there's my ruff. Last little bits. Okay, I need to decide what I'm going to do for Evie's. I might do an applique, actually. I was going to try and think about like sewing that center part in, but I might just do that as an applique. Like I did, Gengar's mouth is a new fabric on top, and then it's just stitched in place. I think I might do that same thing with the ear. It's slightly less work than stitching in the fabric. Woo! But it will have like an outline like the mouth does. Okay, so there's my Eevee. My Eevee pattern. Whoop! There we go. There's Eevee. Okay, so I need to do the embroidery designs, at least for the ear. The face is probably going to be okay. Let me pull that up on my computer. Actually, start up Hatch Embroidery. I need to get the embroidery files. Download the files. Yes, open folder. Extract to. Plushies Pokemon. New folder. Eevee. Lucian. Extract all. 392 files. Dang, I want one of them. Holy shit. Eevee. Eevee face. Okay, we're over to my computer. I've got Hatch open. Oh my geez. Come on. Evolution. Eevee face. Okay. So the face is fine. I'm probably going to just leave the face as is. For the ears. Okay, that's just the ear pattern. So it's just one solid embroidery. I just want that shape. I don't want anything other of it. Let's open that. Yeah, okay. I need that pattern shape. Save. I just printed the file. I actually want to download it. Plushies. Solution. Save. What page is Evie's ear? 59. 61. Okay, I was slightly wrong. We're going to go to Inkscape, file, import, Pokemon Eevee. Page, just page 61. Okay. So I'm opening up the file. Yes. Remove all of that. We don't need it. Okay, so that's the sewing pattern for the ear. Get rid of all these. We don't need them. Cusp to guide. Patient to couple you. No, you won't. Rotate for me? Come on, this way. Okay, so now I've got my ear vertical. This line needs to have a white fill. Yes, so that down here that is a solid color. I'm going to export you. I'm going to put you back into the plushies, Pokemon Evolutions. This is going to be saved as ear BG background for EMB embroidery. Okay, so I have my ear now. Now I should be able to come back over to Hatch. And if I bring that in as a background, blam, there we go. Woo. Okay, good. Ugh. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, we're gonna get rid of all of this. I don't want any of these bits. I just wanted to make sure I had it in the right size, and I do. This is my 36200 hoop. I don't want that. What about my 120, 120? Ooh, I could maybe get them into that. Let's do 2 backgrounds. I could do my 2 ears in there. I don't need the edges. I only care about these center parts right here. So that should be good. And then I'm going to digitize. You're mostly okay. I'm going to digitize a closed shape, which is just this arch here. So here's a sharp point, left click, right click, right click, right click, left click. And enter to fill it. That's exactly the shape that Holy Knight had created. Okay, so there's mine. This is going to be the placement line. And I'm going to make another one as a tack down line in yellow. This one is a 1.5 and a swim length of 1. Okay, so that's going to hold the new fabric down. My pink outline is just telling me where to put the fabric. And I put the fabric down. White is going to hold it in place. And then after it's held in place, I take the fabric out, I cut it away, and then I do a satin stitch around it. I'm going to do a 2mm satin stitch, not a 2.5. It's going to be a little bit thinner just because it's a small little plushie. I don't need the big thick lines on it. And that is going to be in any color. So those 3 shapes I'm going to duplicate and then just zoom over to the second ear. Flip it, mirror it. Not that it's really going to matter. That is pretty the same. And I think what I want to do is a top. Let me go like this. Let me try. Okay. So that's going to be my guideline. Let me bring this down even. Let's see if that works. I'm going to flip this over the axis and mirror it. Okay, so that does work. These two, they end at the same point. Yes. Okay, so I'm going to try weld that together. Yes. Okay, so that works. So that's now 1 line, not 2. And I want that to be an alignment mark as well. So I'm going to put the fabric down. It's going to stitch this. Then I want to stitch both the purple bits so that I know where to put everything. Ooh, but I do want that to be a second tab. Okay, so that's going to be 1, and it's going to stop and then do this one. And then it'll do all of this green or brown together. So I've got 4 different color blocks here. The first pink is showing me where things are supposed to go. This one is, oh, this one above. This back one, yeah. This will be in the back of the hoop. Oh no, they're 2 side to side. Okay, so it doesn't actually matter which one is where. Okay, so then it does this, and then it will stitch both of them. Fantastic. Okay. Save design as, put in Eevee ears, applique, save. Okay. Got that. And then file, export design. Put on my external hard drive. Evolution port there. And everything looks good in the saved. Okay, so I've put Eevee's ears on the external, and then I'm going to just use the face. You know, a 5x7 hoop. Yes. Okay, so that's all that took. Now I can go back to my table done with that. I think for the ears, I'm going to just cut a 6x6 fabric. It's supposed to be 5.3 inches by 4.9. So if I do 6x6, that gives me workspace around it. Looking at the steps, or where is the ruff? Where is the ruff? There we go. Okay, so the collar part. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay. Okay, so I've got my ear bit. Everybody else is good. These are from brown fabric, but I'm not doing brown. I'm going to be doing a shiny. This is brown as well. This is the shiny collar. Brown for the belly as well. Does Eevee not have? I'm bad at Pokemon. I thought Eevee had a white belly. I am just wrong. Okay, that's all brown. That's all brown. That's also brown. So the tip of the tail and the collar are the only white parts. Fascinating. Shiny coloring. Shiny Eevee. You're like a creamy color with white. Okay. With very pale inside the. I think I have a slate gray that might work well for that. And like gray eyes. Okay. Shiny Eevee. Let's figure out what colors to use for you. Well, you're gonna have white, definitely. I'm doing white for your ruff. But then you are like the very, very creamy brown or creamy gray. Beige, maybe. That's a little bit too saturated. Do I have anything that's more mute for you? Sand? I might do sand. Or I could do beige with sand inside the ears. I think those are going to be good colors for Eevee. And maybe instead of white, I want to go with cream. I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to do cream for the ruff and the tail tip. The body is going to be beige, which is my unknown. I think this is a beige color. I never got the name of that one, so it's my unknown Shannon Minky. And sand will be inside the ears. So there's just going to be a little bit of sand. Yeah, I'm going to do that. So these are going to be the two main colors. Little tiny bit of that one. Espeon just turns straight up green. I like that. Jolteon and Espeon just straight up green. Pink Vaporeon is nice. Okay. I'm going to pause for 2 seconds to go get some foods. Just need to put the foods in my bowl, and I'm good. Okay. There we go. I can put away these guys. Thomas is going to be doing some embroidery, so let me get him set up for that. Click that in place. And actually, I think I want to clean him out a little bit. Let me take your bits away from you. Oh, I put my tools away. And your bits. You're not that fuzzy. You're looking good. Ah, there's some fluff. Okay. Let me get your bobbin case defuzzed a little bit. Okay. He's all cleaned out now. Let's hope that that helps him with tension issues that he was having. Okay, we're going to switch him over to embroidery. Yep, do your wiggles. You don't need your sewing thread right now. And I need an external little USB drive for him. Okay. He's all set up for that. So it is now time. Start recording the time for Evie. I'm going to shove food in my mouth. The ruff and the tail tip are going to be the cream. The ear bits inside are going to be sand. Let me get that chunk cut out. Goes down that direction. I don't need that much. Scissors. Ooh, do I have any other nice colors in my scrappy bins? Because I use sand a lot. Do I have sandy bits? I have cappuccino. I might use cappuccino. Let's see, what's this? Same, cappuccino. It's slightly darker, but not terribly. Have more of my beige. I can maybe get some small pieces out of that. That's camel, I think. Lots of cappuccino. Even more cappuccino there. Oh, where are you? Are you top? You might be. Nope, more cappuccino even. Ha! Huh. So I don't have any sand, it looks like. I could do cappuccino. That's not. No, those are slightly darker. Mm. Ow! Stab. Rude. I think I am going to just use cappuccino because I've got so many little bits of it for the ears. That would be. And it's only the ears, like nothing else. So instead of cutting some sand, I'm going to just use my cappuccino. My bits. No sand. Sand can put away. Okay, so that's my bits for the ears. For the ear itself, those are not the same color. Ugh. Those are very slightly different. I can tell mostly by the back of it. But, oh, so similar. I wonder if that was one of their discontinued. I don't think I can get everything out of here. I would need 2 of those, and I don't really have the space for them. Darn. Okay. Ooh, I could do the arms and legs in a slightly different color. No, I'll just do everything the same. Dump that back over there. Okay, I don't have a lot of this, whatever the color is. Goes down that direction, this way. Nope, the ears, I do need a 6x6 area. Maybe I'll do that up here. Nap goes down that way. This goes, where are you? Goes here. Nap goes that way. I'm going to have it go that way, so this is going to sit there. Arms and feet, I'm going to do separately as another square. I still need a second face and a second body. And a second inner leg. Wow. If I do my 6x6 there and get the inner legs out of both of those, I think that's what I'm going to do. Whoops. I'm going to just draw all over them. There we go. Six by six. Oop. Okay, so that should be enough to do. Actually, good. Maybe I will do slightly. Okay, so I'll get this set up for embroidery, and then I'll come back and trace out the other stuff. Oh no, missed the edge. If I get that set up to embroider, I can do the embroidery while I am tracing other things. And that needs the 241 or the 120/120 hoop. I have a chunk of stabilizer for that already. And if I put the fabric this way, because it should be brushed this way to the tips of the ears. If I put it right there, I believe that's going to be centered in the hoop. So we should be good. And I need this color thread. Good. Okay, now if I tell you you've got your hoop, yep, you're gonna dance around. I'm gonna move you temporarily because I want to see if the tips, whoop, a little too far. Okay, so that's where the tip of the ear is gonna be. I got fabric behind it, should be good. We're gonna go back to the beginning. We're gonna set you to medium speed. Let you stitch out your guidelines. Ooh, I should probably make sure that I've got enough fabric right there. I've got plenty on the left. Do I have enough on the right? Hang on. Before you continue, stop. Pause right there, sir. Thank you. Oh, it's right up to the edge, but yes, I do have enough. I did not center it horizontally, just vertically. Whoops. But that's okay. It does get right up to the edge, but I do have the fabric for it. Nice. Okay. I'm gonna let him do his thing. I'll also need a piece for the face. And that goes that way. Okay. You good there? You ready to pack it down? This part I do have to actually sit and watch. I'm going to hold it in place. Oh, actually, hang on. Is that the direction? I want you to brush this way. So you're upside down. I'm going to flip you over. Okay. Give me your hoop. I'm going to flip you over, go the other direction. Okay, so I'm gonna have you go this way. Okay, then he's gonna sit and pause and wait for me to get this next one ready to go because let's see, snip. Ah, snips, come on. I don't want to go get my snip. There we go. Okay, and then snip your thread because we're gonna remove this hoop from there because I need to trim those away now. Pause, yes. Okay, so there we go. That's going to be the little early bit. And I think I'm actually going to have it repeat those same two lines to hold the stabilizer down on top so I don't have to pin it. Or, no, I'll just pin it. Because I have to hold it to go there anyways if it went around all of them. I'll do that. And then pins. Where are my tiny pins? No pins? Where did I put my pins? Okay, so there's my little ears. We're going to put those back in. Let Thomas do his thing. Meanwhile, I'm going to keep tracing my bits out. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to be using this much here for the face. Yes, I can fit that ear there. That's the backs of both ears. Oh, I need to go stab this one. I'm gonna have a whole bunch of stabs I need to do. Where is my sharp, pointy stick? Okay. Got my dots. Got my dots. Did I not do the dots there? Ah. Okay, so I need the back sides of the that somewhere in there. Now I think the belly's gonna fit much better right there. This would fit there. Arms and legs have got to be in a rectangle. Ugh. Maybe something like that. Oh, that works better. Okay. There's my belly. Only need one belly. One tail. Not Vulpix. Although Chilling Knight does have a pattern for Vulpix as well. That should be everybody there. 12 by 12 with 8 by 8, and then the base was 6 by 6. Price sheet. EV. Okay. The footy bits. Where do I want to cut them from? Get my tools out of the way. I think the footy bits are going to be just up here. Arm and foot. I'm leaving space around these because I want them to be stitched on the line, not around. I'm about right there. How big is that going to be? 4 by 4? 5 by 4? 5 by 4? And can I get that same one right here? No. Okay, so I'm going to just cut it out right here. The ears be done. Okay, give me 2 seconds, embroidery hoop. Next up will be the face. Done with this. This was my beige question mark. Okay. I'll probably need to get a new piece of water-soluble stabilizer for the face. I don't think I have enough space in here left for the eyes. Oh, that might be, yeah, that might be a little bit tough. Okay, so that piece is finally done. And I need the 5 by 7 hoop for the face. Right? Yes. That's what I needed, right? Face. 241.50. Slightly too large for the 121.20. Okay, 241.50 it is then. We're gonna wiggle that around. So the hoop there, all done. 241.50 needs a 10 by 15 stabilizer. Okay, so that's going to be my large stabilizer. I think I'm going to move these 3 Pokemon dudes out of the way, give myself a little bit more working room. They can go sit over to the corner. This needs to be 10 by 15, so I'm going to cut it 20 by 15 and then in half. And I need to figure out where to put this fabric because I'm moving it up to the top so I can use the rest for something else. So it's going to be like right here. So I'm going to go figure out where I need to position this exactly. I'm guessing it's going to be right about there. Okay. That's where the center of the face has to be. Yep. That leaves enough around all edges. Should be good. Good. Okay, so I do black, white, eye color, black again, and then outline, which I probably won't do the outline because I've got the whole face. So black, white, eyeball, and then black again. I'm going to do the eyeball color the same as the inside of the ear color. So they're going to be a little bit paler brown than the brown it says. But we're starting with black. Ooh, I'm going to need water soluble stabilizer on top before I start any of this. There's no placement lines on it. Good. Oh. There we go. And water soluble stabilizer. I've got a piece somewhere around here that I already cut. Where are you? Where did I put it? Oh, there it is. Ooh. I don't have anything pin it in place right now. Okay. Give me this back. We're gonna go pin you in place. And by pin, I mean with tape because I don't actually know exactly where all the stitches are going. So I don't want to put metal in my hoop, but holding it down with tape will be fine. Okay, there we go. Now we can give this back to Thomas. And he's gonna do his embroidery. And I can get these guys cut out, and I can go and cut out the white color for the ruff and the tail. Okay, and then the ears. Where'd the ear pattern go? I put it away because I thought it was done, but I am not. I cut this one out first because it does go right up to the edge of the fabric. Hello. I'm doing good. I'm working on Eevee right now. I'm making a shiny Eevee. I've gotten everybody else that I started yesterday finished. Let me get this out of the way and I can bring them back over. Moved them temporarily out of the way just so that I could cut my fabrics. But we've got the Pokemon from yesterday, Dragonite and Dragonair. These little guys. They are all finished up. And then I've got Gengar, who's also done. Oop, there we go. So they are done. And then I am just working on Eevee bits now. Oh, that's got pink on it. I don't know if I want to work with that. I don't know if that's going to come out or not. If that's permanent pink stain, I'm not going to want that. I'm going to just cut it out of normal cream, not my little extra bit. Oh, I wonder if that dyed next to... No, because it's in the same color bin. There should be nothing that could have dyed it. Who knows? Okay, so Eevee's rough. I'm going to just put right there. And, oh, I could even cut that out one side. I only need one tail tip, so... Or rather, wait, which way does the nap go? Nope, it has to go that way. Oh, so I'm probably going to put that like right there. Okay. So Thomas is working on the eyeballs. Whoops. Don't move. I didn't get my pattern weights. You just have to be nice to me. Okay, I'll cut that out and then, because I'm going to be sewing on these lines. Oh, I didn't put the little dots. There we go. This goes here. This is the tail tip. And that's all of the bits for Eevee. Okay. White. How much is that going to be? That's going to be 5 by 22 and whatever the edge is. 5 by 27 of that color. So plus. Okay, so that was the end of the white spots on the there. Okay, so now I'm going to do the brown, and this is going to be the brown that matches the ears, the centers of the ears. And then I can put my cream fabric away. Oh, nope, I need one more cream. Ha! I lied. Cream cannot go away. Cream needs one more bit. You opened up your machine. The timing was up. Oh no, the gears were stripped. Ooh. Well, at least you know what's wrong with it and not a case of like not being able to fix it. Now it's just a waiting game. Okay, now that's all of the bits. That's one eyeball down. Okay, while Thomas finishes up those eyes, I'm going to start pinning things together. That way, as soon as he is done, I can get to sewing. I'm already about an hour into this evening. And I want to check one more time. For the collar, do you sew? Not up the sides. Gotcha. Just to the edges here, not up the sides. Oh, you know what? I have one arm and one leg. I don't have a second arm and leg. Oops. Okay, so I need to cut out 2 more bits there. Thomas just has the mouth and nose left to do. I'm not going to have him do the alignment markers because I'm going to just put the parent piece on top of it. Oh, really? That was shitty. Try again. You good? I need a little bit more of the beige. Okay, let's try one more time. Probably have all 4 legs. Might be a little bit awkward of an Eevee if not. There we go. Table! Camera, you are killing me. Again, you do have Wi-Fi. You have had it all day. I know this because everything else says it has Wi-Fi. You're not special. Face done. Actually, wait, cut your thread because I'm not doing that outline. You did not cut your thread, sir. Okay, there we go. Woo! Oh yeah, getting extra parts. That would be good. Or if they have like not just the parts for fixing machines, if they have accessories, you can always grab different like feet and everything for those are always good to have. Most of the time you use like the regular foot or the like quarter-inch foot for sewing, whichever is your preference. So like normal seams or narrow seams. Just that's like the one you go to, but there are like some feet out there that do very specific things, like rolled hems or other things I can't think of right now off the top of my head. But if you're doing those specific things, like you need a special foot to help out, and not having it is super super difficult. So anything free motion, if you want to do like embroidery on a machine that is just for sewing, you get a free motion foot. It's also called thread painting. Kind of fun. Blind hems, rolled hems, flat felt seams, but that's just another form of rolled hem. Other feet are good ones. Zippers and buttonhole feet, those are important. Yeah. I have all of my feet in a container for all three of my machines, plus a couple of feet from the first Singer that I no longer have because I broke him. Where did my pokey stick? Oh, I put my pokey stick away. That's not normal. I'm just stabbing holes into the pattern pieces at the tips of the darts, because this will help me figure out where the darts begin and end. Some people cut out the darts. I don't do that because you don't usually do that because it then makes um, the paper pattern a little bit more flimsy. It has these big V shapes cut out of it all over the place. Right there. Wiggle. There we go. Whole bunch of little freckles on the guy. He's got green freckles. That should be the last pattern piece I need now. Now that I have all four legs. Oh, but I have to trace the legs. Ah, Okay. Oops. Yeah, when everybody was closing down and all the Joannses were closing. Oh no, I'm jail. Oop. I'm going to pin these little guys. Ugh, that's not very flat. Oh, let's try that again. Eh. That's one ear. Oops, I didn't ever cut off the bottom of that one. There's my belly. Tail tip goes to the tail. There we go. That way and goes that way. Back from ads. Okay. I was going to say that I moved away from my local Viking, so I didn't have one. It was like a hour and a half drive to find the local Viking when they were all closing down. So I didn't get anything, which really stinks because these little tiny snips that I use are from like Viking. That's the Viking brand snips. And they are the best snips I've ever found. I have like other snips from other companies. They're not nearly as nice as the Viking one. And it was like, oh, I'm gonna get a second pair of them. And that was like a week or so before Joann's was like, yeah, we're going out. So I've not been able to get another pair of really, really nice snips. And Viking has been like sending out emails being like, "Oh, we have new stores in like just local fabric stores, like the little quilt shops. Come stop by." And still it's like a 2-hour drive to visit their new location. Like I like the snips, but maybe not that much. Okay, so I've just got things pinned. There's the ruff, the tail. This is the back of the head. They both need to be darted together before they get stitched. This needs the dart cut out. That's the butt. So those can be darted and then sewn together. The ear. Am I missing one of the inner legs? I know I cut out two. I traced and cut out two of them. Where did my thigh go? Oh, on the ground. Okay. There we go. Those two can be pinned together as well. And there's all sorts of darts on the face that need to be stitched. No stabs. I'm assuming you're supposed to sew these onto the leg or onto the belly first. And then sew it onto the back. Okay, there we go. So that's everybody that needs to be sewn and or darted together. Take that all over to the machine. Gonna switch you back into sewing mode now. Go away. I don't need embroidery flat thread in the bobbin, so you're coming out. Bobbin thread to bobbin boat. You are sewing thread. And white thread. I'm going to just do white thread on everything for this Eevee because it is such a light color anyways. Open toe foot first because I'm going to be doing stitches where I need to see the stitches. So the rough and the little leggies. Oh, that's my open toe foot so I can actually see. Ow, stab. I want you sewing mode. In order to sew on you, I need to move your arm slightly. Medium speed. And we're stitching on the line. Trace the actual stitching line, not to the edge of the fabric. Tab. Okay. And this ruff needs to be cut around and then flipped so I can stitch the two ends together and make it a full loop. The loop there. That is going to back over on the table for now. Gonna do some little feeties now that I have all 4 of them. Ugh, very good, are you? That's right on the edge of the fabric. That's not. You you slid like crazy. Holy crap. Okay, so which way are you going to hide? The underside piece, they're all facing down that way, down that way. This is, whoa, throwing things on the ground. Don't do that. I'm going to start here on this one. Let's keep you from sliding again. Ow. Right here. Move all of you. Good. Okay, those two are good. That's all I need that foot for. Now I can go back to 1/4 inch foot. Okay, so that's all of these now. I don't have my pokies. There's one little ear. Oh, I can toss them the work table as well. And while I'm here already sewing, I'm going to connect the tail together. Ah! No stabs. Very rude. I need my pokey stick. Pokey stick, where are you at? Ah. There's the tiny little tail. Cute little tail. Read all the fluff from that seam, makes it fluffier. Seems a little bit more hidden. Nice. Okay. Toss that back up onto the table. Okay, there is the belly and the little inner thighs. table as well. Now it's time for all of the darts. So many darts. Tiny dart. There we go. A little dart right next to the eye, a little dart at the bottom of the chin. You didn't actually stitch. You lied to me. Want to try that again? You actually stitching this time? Okay, that time you stitched. Thank you. I need a pin here. I have to change direction. Not that. And before I forget, because I always forget on these kinds of noses, I have to snip in this face. I always forget to do that. Then when you squish the nose out, you get an actual nose. Yay! Tiny snoot. Pretty soon. And then I need to dart the bottom as well. There we go. There's Evie's face. Bump. And then even more darts back here. That actually, I can just hold. Oh, it's a tiny dart. I'm not tossing that one yet to the table because it's going to have a back piece that gets stitched too. Okay, so that's going to be the sides of the head. The center back is the one that does not have the dart on it. That's going to get stitched together because there's nothing to put in that seam. Okay, so that's the back of the head sewn together with a hole in it. I'm not stuffing Evie through the butt. This is going to be through the back of the head. Only Gengar gets the butt treatment. I'm pretty sure we're meant to hand sew the tail on. I'm not going to be worried about trying to attach it to the body. This is going to be the butt right there. So this line here along the back is the spine. Spine down to the butt. There we go. So there's the back, the butt, and then the underside. And just sit like that. Okay, so now I can go back over to my table. And we can free everybody that needs to be cut out of their fabric, the ruff and the feet. Okay. There's a little ear. There's a little ear. I have a couple of little fabric shops in my area, the little local quilt shops. All of them do either Pfaff only or Bernina and Brother. So me and my Viking machines are kind of alone out here. I should probably actually read the instructions enough to know if I'm supposed to be sewing the ears in or they're just hand sewed on afterward. That might be a good thing. I'm not going to pin that together until I actually figure out what the parent wants me to do. I did look up how to connect the edges of the ruff together, like what they wanted me to do here. Um, but other than that, I'm just kind of winging it from the parent pieces, like knowing what's supposed to attach where and when it'll be easiest to do so. I was kind of just anticipating that I would be hand sewing everything together. I know the arms get hand sewn on. I was debating whether or not I want to sew them into the joints or into the seams, but I decided against it because I don't know this pattern yet. This is the first time I've looked at it today. So I didn't want to uh, run into an issue where it was like, oh, the leg does not fit with the rest of the pattern because of reasons. And now the legs don't work at all. So I'm doing just what the pattern says. But I should probably look up how it wants me to attach things before I just start throwing them together. Okay, so there's my rough. And then to turn it into a donut, these edges get stuck together. I have made donuts like this before. World's most annoying donut, though. Come on, flatten out. Don't curl. Don't be. Dab directly into my finger with that one. That was terrible. Welcome back, Peck. Eevee's bits are together, but Eevee itself is not. I'm actually looking up the directions. So color turn. Stitch color. Put the color the body. Okay, well the body is already together. Back up and find where body together. So the ears, so fluff, place the fluff at the legs. Oh, I did that part right. Yay. Catch the oh, head to belly first and then belly. Oh, fasten together. So the back to the butt, head back to butt, front and back together. Okay, cool. So I was going to put the head together, the body together, and then combine the two. They want me to do it this way: head front to the belly, and then head back to the butt. That's fine. I can do that. Base Eevee? No, this is a shiny Eevee. I didn't have a like warm gray color, so I'm going with more of a cream color. It looks a little bit browner on my screen than it does in person. just like Gengar looks a lot darker than he actually is. So the colors are not exact. This is actually a very nice purple color that I'm going to take pictures of because he looks a lot darker on the screen than he actually is in person. So the colors are a little bit off, but I found a couple of Google images from Shiny Eevee in whatever the most recent game is there. I forget what. Um, that had more of like the creamy silver colors. I don't have a creamy silver, I just have like a cool gray silver. So I decided to go with more of the creamy color than, yeah, Scarlet Violet, that's the one. That wrong side? What? Yes, no, that's, I'm attaching it fully to the butt. No, we want to do it to the neck. So I'm going more of the creamy color than I am the straight up gray color. I thought that would look better. I don't know how to color correct on my cameras, so it's just not going to happen. Okay, so they're pinned where they're supposed to be. Doesn't look like the ears are attached. So the collar, turn the collar on, stuff the body with collar around it, close up the stitching hole, trim your threads, sew your ears, turn your ears, attach to body. Yeah, okay, so the ears are going to be hand sewn on. Attach the feet, hand stuff the arms, sew the arms on, stuff the collar and close the collar. Tails and other accessories. He does not have any other. That's like the Sylveon. Beans and beef. The sprouts. And that's it. Okay, cool. So, yep, tail is done. That needs to be hand sewn on. Ears are done. They need to be hand sewn on. Legs are done. They need to be hand sewn on. The ruff needs to be sewn. Body needs to be sewn and then pinned back together. So I've got 3 things to sew and then more pinning. There we go. There's my entire circle ruff. I made a donut. There's the body. Okay, there's the back. Over to the table. We're at about 2 hours of time on Eevee here. Okay, Dan, I will see you later if you're still here. If not, goodbye already. Okay. Whoops, that's a yellow pin. I don't want my yellow pin. Can't sew over the yellow pins. Not that you should sew over any pins, but I can't sew over the yellow ones. I can sew over the blue. Okay, so there's the top section all stitched together or pinned together. Also going to go to the very bottom pin that together. I am not going to pin the legs together quite yet. I want to get everything else done and then come back for them. Just it'll be a lot easier to pin them. There we go. So I'm going to get both of those and then I'm going to come back and do the two leggy bits after the rest of it is done. Ow! Thomas, don't hit me. Rude. Please be flat. Ah. Okay. Pins out. Okay. Now I need to snip those. everything gets squished into the right shape. Okay. So in order to get that to fit, that little snip just makes that it straightens up that fabric so that you can actually make a wider curve than you would be able to if it was still attached. There's a V shape here now. How visible that is because it's both the same color fabric. Good job, me. But that fabric is now like this open V so that it can go around the leg properly. My pattern for my chunky, low poly pigs from Legend of Zelda uses the same kind of a thing where you're going to sew to a dot, cut the little V open, and then continue sewing past it again. Go back to the dot and start sewing. There we go. We've got a tiny, tiny little leg here. That back underneath. Ugh, did not do a very good job holding those pins together. Let's try this again. Ugh. Hey, you were bad being pinned. Okay, there's my entire Eevee. Take Eevee back. Here's Eevee's body. Woo! And Eevee. With its little tiny tail, and the ruff is going to go around here. Guys, little tiny ears, which are like half the size of its body. Woo! Kind of squished. You're fine. And then I've got my little feet and arms. Just cover the whole thing over there. Yeah. So there's my little Eevee. Uh let's see. That is, I'm gonna pause it there at 2 hours and 14 minutes because the next step I need to wash Eevee out before I can stuff Eevee. So I'm going to put in 2 hours 15 35. Okay. So I can't really continue any further on Eevee until these bits are all washed. Actually, I can probably leave Eevee sitting right there. Little bits. What next do I have to do? Korok seeds, I guess. That was going to be. I didn't have any idea how long Eevee was going to take me to get to this step. So I didn't really plan anything beyond Eevee. So I think what I'm going to do. I think what I'm going to do is some Korok seeds, which I already did the embroideries of all of them. These are like my quick and cheap little dudes. They're not even made on Shannon Minky. They are on fleece. So instead of being $20 a yard, I got this from Joann's before they closed down, and it was like $4 a yard. So cost wise, the fabric is almost nothing, especially compared to like these guys. $20 for a yard of fabric versus $4 a yard of fabric. Yeah. So I think I'm gonna just stitch up some of these. 3, 6, 9, 12. I think I'm gonna stitch up 12 of these. I have 2 more of them. 18. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother with more embroideries or anything like that. I'm gonna just stitch these guys up, which is gonna be kind of boring because I've got them right here. I just need to trace around the shapes in here and stitch them together, which is going to be super boring for, I guess, me and everybody watching. But I do need to get these done as well. So let's see, I've been streaming for a little under 6 hours. I do kind of want at least a 7 hour workday. So I think, yeah, I'm going to work on those, get some of that done. I won't do the buys, but I'm going to try and get the leaves. E green. Oh, I also need to change camera over. I'm definitely going to run out of this green bobbin thread before I finish all the leaves. That's okay. Whew. Rotate, please. Thank you. That's one down, 11 to go. So I have a line that I did with the embroidery machine, which is just like the guideline for where the leaf is supposed to be. And now I'm just kind of going around inside of it vaguely to actually stitch that shape of the leaf. I'm not super precise with these guys. They are super cheap and quick to make. So if they are slightly off, it's okay. Yeah, bottom thread low. Okay. And you finish this leaf. You have enough. Yes? Did you? You did. Hell yeah. There's 3 leaves. And now I'll change my bottom thread. You had just enough. That was fantastic. Oh yeah, Thomas. You're employee of the day. Don't need your bobbin thread warning. I have 6 of those. Ugh. Ow, don't hit me. Rude. I have 9 leaves. I have 12 bodies traced out, which is why I'm going for the 12 leaves. So I can take 12 of these to the RetroCon with me. One more. Maybe while I'm at it, I'll sew up the other 6 that I have so that they are fully done. Okay, that's my 12. I'm going to do the 2 other sheets of them as well. That wasn't a very good base. I'm gonna read that part. I like Spire. Okay. Here we go. We have 18 leaves. Ah, how many leaves? Ooh, now I have to rip all the paper out, which is a bit. I'm gonna see how much of this paper comes out when I wash them. I was contemplating doing these entirely on a washable stabilizer, just so that it would wash away as I washed the marker out of them and everything. But that would that costs more than my paper stuff, and I'm really trying to make these guys like super affordably cheap. So if I start using more expensive materials, that kind of goes counter to the purpose of them. Okay, there's 3 of them. Three, four, five, six. Ugh. Ugh. Whoops. Let go. There's 9. Got a little bit of rough skin on one finger that keeps catching on literally everything today. It's very frustrating. Hydrate and stretch. That means I have to go get my drink refilled. Okay, give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Okay, I've got 6, 7 more of these dudes to cut out of uh the fleece. And then I think that's going to be where I end stream today. I will be back streaming again tomorrow. Probably making something Pokemon or video game related for Retro Matsuricon. I haven't decided what though. If I can't decide on anything else, I might just work on the Corexy, get their bodies done. But they're kind of a fill in the gaps sort of a thing, not a spend full time on them thing. I need to wash these guys before I flip them because I need the paper to come out as they're being washed. If I flip them and then wash them, the paper is stuck inside, not outside. So 6 more to cut out. And then that will be my stream for today. So now that I've made Eevee, I could make some of the evolutions. But I want to stick to the first three because I am doing retro. So I could make Jolteon, Flareon, and Vaporeon. I don't think they would be much more time than Eevee was. They've got a little bit more embroidery. So it would be a little bit more embroidery time waiting, which I still don't have Bernard back, so I do have to do one thing at a time. I can't set up an embroidery and sew at the same time. I also have patterns for the 3 legendary birds. Eevee's full face. Oh, wait a minute. I'm on small camera. How about this? There's little Eevee with a very squished nose right now because she's not stuffed. And she's got her little ears that get hand sewn on afterwards. Yeah, once she gets stuffed, it will change her shape a little bit. It does have really big eyes. Like this pattern is very big eyes on it. Hang on, I'll put the link to the actual pattern for the page where it's on in the chat. Basically, what they're gonna look like. And it should look exactly like this because I haven't changed anything about it. So I'm using that exact shape. Uh, so it should end up looking, well, besides the colors, it should end up looking exactly like Chilly Knight's Eevee there. Mine is just a little deflated right now. Once the marker is out, then I will stuff her. But for now, she is very, very flat. So I could make the other evolutions tomorrow, or at least work on them. That would probably be a full day thing. Eevee took about 2 hours to get to this point. If Vaporeon, Jolteon, and Flareon have a little bit more, I'd say 2 to 3 hours each. So 6 to 9 hours of work. So that would be basically the whole day to do the 3 of them. I could also do the legendary birds, which would be very round orbs. There are a couple of other Pokemon patterns that Holy Knight has, so I could also look through them to see if there's any other ones that I really want to make. And have the colors for, which I have almost all of Shannon's current colors, but I don't have all of them. And there are some Pokemon colors that just don't exist, and I'm not doing custom dyed color for these guys. The other thing that I could do is I was because especially because Eevee and all these Pokemon are going to be very expensive dudes. They're going to be at like 100 plus sort of range. So I could work on some other cheaper, smaller designs. Not like Pokemon, but like so there's a I don't know if I want to do like the one up mushroom or anything like that because I already have the Meowshroom cats, which I do need to make a couple more Meowshroom cats. I was gonna do that. But not specifically for RetroCon. I was gonna do some bats, so I can cut out fabric for bats. I was also thinking maybe making like the Lumi Star because that's really super simple. That's like so the keychain plushies I could if I had Bernard back because those all have to be embroidered, which would keep me from working on anything else at the time. So depending on when Bernard gets back, I could do something like that. But I'm not positive yet when he's going to be back. I got a call from the tech today that they are working on him, but they don't know when he's going to be back. They do say a week, so Friday, yes. So underneath the needle are the little tiny feed dogs, these little tiny teeth that pull the fabric through. And they poke up through the metal bottom of the machine and grab the fabric and then drag it backwards each stitch. And Bernard has a feature where when he lifts the little foot pet or the little foot on the fabric up out of the out of the way, so you can put the fabric underneath the needle. He's also supposed to drop those feed dogs down out of the way so that you don't get your fabric caught on the little teethy dudes. And he just kind of stopped doing it one day. About a month ago. He just kind of stopped dropping his teeth. And I use that feature on him like very frequently. because Minky is fluffy and tends to get caught on the teeth as you're trying to shove it underneath. So the fact that he lifts his teeth up and gets them out of the way is very, very helpful. And he just kind of stopped doing it. So something was going wrong inside him. And because he's electronic, I don't want to open him up and poke around because you can do some serious damage if you're not sure what you're doing. And I'm very much an amateur who only vaguely knows what she's doing. So I don't fix him or Thomas. Um, yeah, so he was having those issues, and then he was having a couple tension issues, which I think is just he's full of fluff because he hasn't been seen by a tech or cleaned out, like the insides of him cleaned out for like 2 years. And because I sew on him like almost daily, he actually really needs to be cleaned on a regular basis. Okay, that's all of my current leaves. So I've gotten a whole bunch of Pokemon dudes done. I've got my leaves to go wash, Eevee to go wash. These guys are done. They just need to get the fluffs cleaned off of them because they are covered in fluffs. Everything in my craft room is fluffs. So I'm going to end my stream there today. Who should I go dump? Oh, mm-hmm. Uh, I'm going to go raid. Where are you? Well, let's go from Pokemon to raid. Rowan Craft. Who is currently cross stitching a Digimon. Which is cool. So, yeah, okay. I will be back tomorrow to work on more stuff, I guess. And yeah, thanks for being here, guys. I will see you whenever I see you next. I'll be here tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday this week. What I'm doing to be determined, but cool video game and retro stuff. Pokemon, Mario, shit like that. Okay. Thanks for being here, guys. You're awesome. Bye.